Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic this Friday. Plans for today. Let's see. I need to do some catch up because I completely forgot to do last week's Twitter post. So that's priority one. Need to refocus on just worry about the boss golem. I know on Tuesday I took time to go back to the slime and get a new asset because I really wasn't happy with the cohesion of the art styles. But I need to get myself really focused on just the one task that I know I need to be doing. And I'll document okay, got a task to re-render. Get that all going. And there may be more changes there when we actually I'll put this in the new enemies attacks group. Let's see. But let's go do startup. I think today let's do it's been a while since I mentioned on the little worried that I didn't update. But we'll see. Well, at the very least, the main update I'm up to date on. That's good. What did we even do on Tuesday other than shopping for assets and re-renders? Or I didn't even get to re-rendering, just did some modeling. Sculpting? I guess you'd call it sculpting. Oh yeah, I tried to rework the existing slime asset, didn't I? Which did not work at all. There's also some channel maintenance stuff I need to be doing. Like getting some of those new soundtracks incorporated into the background music. Since we've had the same background tracks for a year. I've been streaming for a year. That's wild. Or just about. I don't remember the exact start date. But it's been essentially a year. I guess one thing I haven't checked. This is one of the little pet peeves I've got, is once you complete these challenges, it doesn't auto-claim the rewards for you. So there's been a few times where I've almost forgotten to claim these. I think one time I actually forgot. It was a little tragic. Alright. Friday. Don't think I have any specific domains I need to farm today. Honestly, kind of just need to do Bert. Haley's done. Well, so much for that. I didn't realize that I didn't have anything to do today in Genshin. Alright. Let's... How are you lit up? We're already done this cycle. That's it. Okay, well, that took all of 3 minutes. Guess we can also do Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves I'll have to go faster than usual on, though. Man, when there's not an event going on, sometimes I forget just how quick Genshin dailies are. That's launching. I need to remind myself what the heck we did on Tuesday. Oh, woo-wah. I don't update you for all of a day. And of course you've got new updates. Of course. Okay, well, while that thing figures itself out, let's see what the heck happened on Tuesday. Did startup stuff. Talked about development cycle stuff. Tried re-rendering. That's unfortunate that I wasted that much time on trying to re-render that guy. Okay, then we did shopping for like 3 hours. Here's something I want to see. How long did I take a break for? 4:46, let's call it. $4:23, so a little under 40 minutes. Okay. I think in total I've got like somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours of breaks, which honestly is probably way too much for this amount of work, but I'll be real. Last week kicked my butt. Big time. So, let's also add a little more description here. Not only are we replacing slime model, but failing at UV maps. Let's be real. I was a total failure at UV maps. Not fun to admit, but it is what it is. And for complex models like what we've got, and these are technically low poly models by modern standards, I don't know how you're supposed to try and tackle those. There's a whole skill set that I just do not have. And it's not like it's an overly complex subject. The concept behind it is fairly straightforward. But putting those concepts into practice is less than trivial. Okay, first clear. More. Man. I am shocked at how much more I'm enjoying Jeja over time. And I think it's just the fact that she's ridiculously simple to play. And it's not that Carlotta's complex, right? She's... It's just there's so little to Jeja on the complexity side. Like, with Carlotta, there's at least a few different gauges to pay attention to. Jeja, on the other hand, if I ignore her gauges, I can usually still do decent with her, since it's do one combo, fire her skills. Do one combo, fire her skills. Occasionally I need to do 2 combos if I'm paying attention to the meter. Otherwise, it just doesn't trigger all of the skill hits, and it's fine. Oh, these are 60. Fine. Means, yes, we can do the last one. One combo, fire the skills. One combo, fire the skills. Occasionally dodge. I wish I knew how to consistently trigger that version of her skill combo. And we're done there. Oh. There. Quickly check on this guy. Echoes. These are done. New event, but we're not doing that right now. Okay. I'll just go for one I know that's fast. Does this count as absorbing echo? Probably not, right? No way that counts. No, it did not count. That would have been too easy. Did it count? For whatever reason, I still don't have a good one of this. But like anytime I need to absorb echoes for dailies or weeklies, this is the guy I'm going after, and I still don't have a good one. I am determined to get a good one. Arr. Actually, if I wait, there's a super easy way to kill them. There we go. Yeah, during their charge up, slightly after their fire turns purple, if you knock them out of their attack animation, just instant kill. It's kind of cool. Okay, one down. And that's our 3. Nice. Oh. Wow, I hit the cap on Battle Pass early this week. Super. What are you telling me is in this? Yeah. Don't care. Just want to get rid of the notification. The event is just that one, which we're not doing right now. Cool. Okay. Twitter. What all did we do? Finished the new Blender split file for others. That took sort of 2 days. Pre-rendered slime golem with 2 method. Find new enemy AI architecture. Kind of what we did. And placed slime model. Where can I save some characters? Guess I can just say rendered. Fine. Okay. Let's get some pretty pictures and or animation for this. Oh yeah, I forgot about Sprite Plus. Because that's actually going to work really well. Now that I've figured out that the problems I thought were going to be there are not really problems. Lost space. Okay, we're just getting an animation. Comment that out. And set global position. There we go. Put temporary code here. Position is vector 2. I think I wanted it something like -50, 1000. I think. See where that ends up. Oh yeah, I need to disable knockback. Okay, so let's move it to the left by about 250. Which angle do I want to show? Bottom left. That's what I'll show. Okay. Stop that. Okay. Move him to the left by about 250. Novice. Table knockback. Play world. Okay. Let's see if that works. And figure out where I need to be standing for this. Okay, I moved it too far left. So negative 250 should work. Pretty perfect. Okay, going to GIF. Oh, stop. Oh yeah, I need to double check where I need to be standing. Right about there works, I think. So under the little mud splat. Great. Should have been further to the left. Yeah, that's not good at all. Let's do this. Stop. I can get a better video for that. First off, you go invisible. Perfect. And the camera, don't know exactly how this works, but I want to provide an offset for the camera. I think that goes. That should work a lot better. Oh, so much better. Oh. Honestly, I kind of want to move him further to the right again. Try it one more time. And since I'm going all the way to the bottom left, should make this easier to line up. Perfect. Love it. Okay. Stop. Hit it. Go ahead and start recording. Oh, shoot, 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 shoot. Yeah, I messed up. Dang it. So we're gonna have a lot of stuff at the start to cut out. Beautiful. Yep. Stop. There's the bad one. Go ahead and delete all that. Doop doop doop. Go and pop out. Let him walk for a little bit. Go off that awesome shadow. Honestly, I kind of want to just let it go far. There we go. Save it. Which this will be demo 3. And Need MP4. What is CRF? All right, let's just see what it does. And while it's doing that, go ahead and just get a screenshot of this model. One thing I can do really quick. Should be able to do really quickly. I'm not going to save this change. Where is... I want to scrape that. I'll end up doing something like that. I'll definitely want to fine-tune it when I actually do this stuff. But for now... just get an example going for Twitter. Ooh, I like the skull effect that's going on there. Don't know what's over there. is that? I don't know. But this will be good enough. Okay. How'd it turn out? That'll work. That'll work. Beautiful. Post that. Let me go ahead and get that copied over here. 1 second. Where are you? There we are. Okay, that's done. Let's get some planning done. So, some things I want here. Fix slime size during run. Fix slime color during. Fix slime fill zone in on puddle. Too small. That can come later though. That's going to be either after I finish the charge state or after I finish the golem AI complete. I'm not sure which yet, but that can wait for now. Jumping. Oh, we did that. That's done. Good. Channel maintenance. I have slacked so much on Rumble. That's really bad. Let's add. Oh wait, I need to repurpose this one. Let's see. Corp 8 to stream music. What else? Right. Set Discord notification for Twitter. Set Discord notification for stream. I have no idea how easy or difficult that is to do. I think let's reorder that to this. YouTube Shorts, that's a fiasco. I've tried searching for a new editor for that, and oh boy. Like, trying to find someone you can trust for that is just awful. Awful, awful, awful. Not to mention finding an editor that you can trust, but also is willing to do the work, because let's be absolutely clear, my content is some of the worst for trying to generate shorts out of. So there's massive amounts of content with very little highlight-worthy stuff in, like, as a percentage of the content. And the answer may be that that's something that just comes later in the life cycle of this channel. Like, once I've got more income from the channel, maybe. But that's kind of a hard one to determine, because, or hard thing to make a decision on, because shorts are a great way of advertising the channel, which in theory leads to more revenue. Ugh. Deciding when and where to spend money on this channel is, this company I should say, is, I'd say that's where most of the stress of being self-employed is. It's figuring out where the correct risks to take are, because every purchase is a risk. There's no surefire thing with anything I do for my company. All right. So today, let's move forward with this guy. Don't need you. Okay. Let me see one thing real quick on the Twitter side. Just because I feel like checking. Okay. I wasn't sure if I'd shown off the new shadows yet. So this is the first showing of the new shadow system. I like it. New renders. Okay. Boop-a-da 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 boop. Novice, make you visible again. And re-enable that. What was the other change I made? Comment, or hiding the placeholder text that shows me metrics. And that, I think that's it. All right. Oh, right. Here. Review what states I've got. Okay, attack 1, 2, range, AoE, prep, each. Okay. I think next piece I'm missing is just wire up new states. Yep. Ready, next state. Play AI. Process. Help.state. Oh, wait, did I put this in enemy base? I did. Okay, so that's already hooked up. My bad. Right, because I decided I might want things like prep and attack. Okay. Do I want to switch attack to melee? It's just a naming convention thing, but... Or do I just change range 1 and 2 to attack 3 and 4? Then again, maybe I just change it to attack 1 through 6. Because with the new way this is structured, these are just slots to plug AI into. Or maybe I can actually make an index system for this. Oh, good morning, still needs work. How's it going? Let's see, if I wanted to do this with an indexing system, how would I do that? But I definitely want to get rid of the words range and AoE. I don't think that makes sense given the new architecture. Um, so if I'm doing an index, I would have an attack function that takes in delta and the index, or probably reverse that order, but same difference. Okay. Which would mean this all gets condensed down. And I'd probably do the same thing here. Okay. Then the question becomes, I override this. I'd need an array of functions. That's not going to work because I can't, or at least I won't be able to use strong typing. Not too bad. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'd have to use duck typing, which I don't want to do. That's going to cause problems later on, I can almost guarantee. How else I do that? How would I provide an index? Don't think I can. Yep. We're just going to hard code the function names. There's going to be 6 attacks, 2 preps. That's it. First chain. Okay. At most, enemies will have 6 different attacks they can do. And that's the absolute peak. I could add more later, theoretically. But I think 6 makes sense as a cap. And I don't have any plans to actually hit that yet. I want to keep the cap for most around 3 attacks. Okay. That makes sense in my head. Enemy base. Beautiful. Plus bait. I'll show up there. Good. Finally. Keep a copy of that in boss space. I'm never going to uncomment this in boss space, but this is the template for all future classes, all future enemies. Okay. So we've got on animation player animation finished. Let me make sure this is up. Large prep. I think I want that to be a little slower, but we'll see. And run. Good. Can I overload setters? I have no idea. Or override setters, I should. Because I would love to be able to override this. Override. Yeah, I thought this was an option. Don't love it. Yeah, but that's the way to do it. And that will work in any language. So let's do that. Enemy base. Fun. Set state. You. Okay, so state, when it changes, go into the setter. Do whatever the set state code is, and then actually change the state. How long have I been muted? Oh, poop. Sorry, guys. In case I've been muted longer than I think I have, good morning! Oh, that's awful. That's awful of me. Sorry, guys. So, I've been discussing... You heard me say good morning before. Okay, so I muted at some point after that. Cool. Oh god. Yeah, I've been coughing because I haven't been hydrating properly today. So I've been trying to mute that when I can. So what I've been talking about is setters, overrides, and overloads. Partially because I keep mixing up the words override and overload. For those who aren't familiar, overrides are what I'm doing right now, where I have a class that extends another class, and I have a function in the parent class that I want to have a unique implementation in the child class, or the inheriting class, in this case, Slime Golem. Overrides basically replace that function. The one extra bit of fun logical goo you have access to is the super call. Which all that does is it says... What? That's... We'll figure that out in a second. Overload is for constructors, right? No. Overloads are for any function. Constructors are just one type of function. What an overload is, and not all languages support this. So, in some languages, I could say this. Test. In some languages, I can declare the same function twice with two different signatures. The signature being the name of the function and the parameters it requires. Cases where you might want this or places where you might see this, substring in almost every language has a giant list of overloads. Sometimes you'll use overloads to make a parameter optional. There's sort of two ways to make a parameter optional. One is to provide a default. The other is to provide an overload that doesn't take in that parameter. Overloading is just meaning you are overloading the function. You are over-defining it. To kind of reflect back on the mathematical principle of an over-defined system of equations, you're doing that to your functions. There's more than one definition for a given function, and you're essentially just going to use this for different ways of accomplishing the same thing. The most basic one I've used is substring. So, and remember, we're in GD script, so this doesn't work. And one feature that I'll talk about very soon, because we're talking about substring, is how to add overloads to built-in types, which is a super cool capability of some languages. The only one I've actively used that in is C++ or C#, and it is awesome. But we'll talk about that in a second. So for a substring, you would have some string that comes in, and usually something like start, index, and length. Right? That's a pretty normal function. Next, you might want another overload. This is one of my favorite overloads for substring, is you take in a string, then is there more functionality in C# than GD script? That is not a really useful question, because every language has different capabilities. If we wanted to just list out how many different data structures, how many different functions there are in each of the languages, we could do that, but it's not really going to help you. Because C#, I have way more options for the types of syntax I want to use, the data structures I want to use, the patterns of inheritance that I want to use, reflection, all that fun stuff. I have way more options in C# than I do in GD script. But at the same time, C#, at least C# without the Godot library, doesn't know what a node is in terms of Godot. Now, if you're using the Godot library for C#, obviously that changes things. But when we're just talking about the languages themselves, GD script is built with all of this stuff in mind. But as a general category, languages like C#, so coding languages, as a general term, are going to have more functionality than a scripting language. That's just sort of the basic categories there. You've got, in general, you've got compiled languages, interpreted languages, and scripting languages. There might be another type I'm unfamiliar with, but those are the general ones you're going to hit. Scripting languages are there to write scripts. They are not there, generally speaking, to write big complex architectures. In what you see me code in GD script is very abnormal in terms of complexity for a scripting language. Usually you will not build something this complex with scripting. Probably the best example of a scripting language being used just as a scripting language is PowerShell. PowerShell scripting is what should come to mind when you think scripting language. Now, there are scripting languages that have a whole lot more than that, like GD script, like JavaScript. We won't talk about JScript because JScript is awful. But scripting languages are sort of your get it done quick and dirty and don't have a ton of options. Next up, and this next grouping, the difference between the next two groupings is a bit hazy. You've got interpreted languages. So this is things like, well, let's just look up a list so you guys can have a more firm understanding. Actually, before we jump into that, scripting languages. In case you aren't familiar with the ones I've talked about, some other common ones. We talked about JavaScript, PHP, Python, Ruby, Perl, and R. Oh, I did use R. Oh wow, that's so long ago. I didn't really learn much about R, but I used it in a probability and statistics class. Where does TypeScript fit in that? TypeScript is JavaScript for all intents and purposes. TypeScript is essentially a wrapper for JavaScript that attempts to produce typing within the JavaScript context. The way you write TypeScript is you can write just in JavaScript. And so JavaScript is valid TypeScript. So if you have something written in JavaScript and you try to compile it and run it as TypeScript, it'll work. Then TypeScript adds a whole bunch of extra goo on top of that that then needs to be compiled into valid JavaScript. And once you compile your TypeScript, it compiles just into JavaScript. There's nothing else. So when you're thinking about TypeScript, just think of it as JavaScript. Unless you're actively using TypeScript, it's not useful to try and delineate between or distinguish between them. Anyway, there's some scripting languages. And I like this description down here on Wikipedia. Sometimes referred to as very high-level programming languages. Yes. They try to package a whole bunch of different stuff together in very standardized ways. Next category, and I don't, like I was saying, it's hard to distinguish between the next two. There's interpreted and compiled languages. Start with interpreted. They're easy to distinguish in terms of what they are, but trying to determine which one has more functionality, it's kind of a weird one to try and group because they're going to be similar in like order of magnitude. So, interpreted languages are similar to a scripting language in that the code is just executed directly. It's not compiled. So a compiled language, you have to go through a compiler before it's converted into something that the computer reads. An interpreted language, every line of code executes on the fly. I don't love interpreted languages. And in general, interpreted languages are going to execute slower. Java. I'm pretty sure Java is compiled. Oh. And Python, Ruby, and JavaScript count as interpreted languages. Wait. I thought people generally delineate between them, but maybe I'm wrong there. Versus scripting languages. While often used interchangeably, I'll just use the AI response for now unless I disagree with it. Refer to the interpreted languages refer to the execution method of a programming language, where code is translated and run line by line at runtime without pre-compilation. Whereas scripting languages are typically a type of programming language that primarily uses the interpreted execution method. They are interpreted rather than compiled and are often designed for automated tasks within a specific environment. Yeah, that's true. Maybe there isn't a difference. The scripting versus interpreted language. What's this person? Answers. Your categories are not distinct, they are overlapping. Interpreted and scripting languages are both examples of programming languages. Anything that is meant to instruct the computer to perform computations is a programming language. Scripting languages are often interpreted. Scripting language is usually meant to direct a series of actions. Interpreted language is a language where executing a program means giving your code to the interpreter. Other option, language. Scripts written in general programming languages, but you usually cannot effectively write full-fledged software using scripting. So people have created Pac-Man from Minecraft blocks, so that's not a hard restriction. Okay, so scripting and interpreted languages are, I've used them pretty interchangeably, and clearly they are the same thing for any sort of objective measure. Why is Java called a compiler interpreter language? Let's see what still needs work sent in. Java is both a compiled and interpreted programming language. Well, that I don't agree with, because it employs both compilation and interpretation to run code. It is a compiler interpreter language in order for the JVM to understand the Java code. And Java Virtual Machine is, it's very loosely the same as a virtual machine that you might be familiar with. Basically, it's an application that runs on your machine that can execute Java code, or compiled Java code, I should say. The bytecode is consequently interpreted by the JVM and transformed into hardware-compatible machine code. Okay, so for all intents and purposes for you guys, Java is a compiled language. It's not useful to think of it as an interpreted language. While at the low level on the technicals, like super duper technical side, it is interpreted. There's two steps in Java. First, you have your code that looks like this. Then you have the code that the compiler turns it into. We find an example of that. Probably not. I've never seen compiled Java code. I have no clue what it would even potentially look like. But Java has its own version of what you could call machine language. And then the JVM converts that into machine code based on what the system architecture is. So you have a different JVM that runs on Windows versus Linux versus Mac. And each of those JVMs take the compiled Java language and convert it into whatever that machine will understand. I was taught that if it was interpreted line by line, is what Java did. Nope. So that's what I've been trying to explain. It has to be compiled before the interpreter, like before the JVM can then parse it line by line. So there is a full compilation stage. And if you haven't compiled your Java, it cannot run anywhere yet. Whereas C++, all the lines are compiled at once. Correct. But Java has to do that as well. That's why I say it doesn't make sense for 99% of programmers to think of Java as an interpreted language, because it's not. You will always have to compile before you run. And that's why every single IDE that's focused on Java has compilers built into it. Or at the very least has facilities in it for installing plugins for compilers. But yeah, no, Java is absolutely a compiled language. And you will never write anything in the compiled language, like in the post-compilation language. You'll never write that. And like me, you'll probably never even understand what it looks like. It would probably be pretty similar to try and look at disassembled code, which is basically nonsensical. What does post-compilation Java code look like? You're learning assembly at the moment? Nice. That is rough to understand. Yeah, so here's a visual of what I was trying to describe that should make it easier to understand. You got your Java source code over on the left, and this is what you write. Then that has to be compiled, which produces bytecode. You will never read this, you will never write in this, you will probably never even know what this looks like, because it's going to look nonsensical. Then that bytecode is run on whatever type of machine you have via the JVM, the Java Virtual Machine. And one thing I don't care for in this visual is they haven't made it clear that the JVM for each of the different architectures is different. One way to think about this is you have a compiled language called Java. This then compiles into a scripting language called bytecode. And those scripts are then executed by the JVM. That's the best way to think about Java. And this is way more involved than I planned on getting today on this, but I think this was a useful discussion. But high level, what you need to care about is, so there are different JVM platforms for different versions for different platforms. Yes, because it has to run on those machines, and a Windows executable cannot run on a Mac. And whatever a Mac's version of an executable is cannot run on a Linux. They're different architectures, you can't run the same program on each. And so each of those JVMs is a different type of executable for running on those architectures, and they interpret the bytecode differently. But for high level, what most people need to care about, scripting languages, and by extension interpreted languages, are going to be used for just getting tasks done. Typically not for developing big applications. There can be some room for doing that with what people will colloquially call interpreted languages. The way I've always heard it talked about, scripting languages are for getting tasks done. People a lot of times talk about interpreted languages as being different from a scripting language. So things like, let's see a list of interpreted languages. So things like Ruby. I've known people who've worked in Ruby and built much more complex applications. And so sometimes you'll hear people talk about interpreted languages as being that. And then finally, you've got your compiled languages, which are generally what you use to build big, nice applications. In terms of performance, it is worth noting, almost always your compiled languages will run faster than interpreted. Almost always. Because the compiled language is converting whatever it is into machine code, and then the machine code is just what gets executed. Whereas an interpreted language, every single time you run it, each line is being recompiled effectively. Because each line has to be individually converted into machine code, and then that gets executed. Thus, your compiled languages almost certainly run fast. is C++ faster than Java since it has the bytecode? Generally, yes. Specifically, it varies. For Java specifically, there's certain things it does really, 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 really well. And that's true of every language. Every language was designed with very specific things in mind that it does better than other languages. That's why the languages were created. The bytecode is an extra step, correct. So the bytecode being interpreted by the JVM, yes, is an extra step. But caveats all around, right? There are some things that Java is extremely good at. So C# then has something like bytecode. No. C# is a purely compiled language as far as I know. What type of language is C#? I don't believe... Oh, well, C# does have the runtime redistributables. Is C# a interpreted language? Let's ask it that way. Interpreted language is saved to a file on disk, then the program is run. The interpreted language is compiled again into machine code, the just-in-time compiler. Oh, so C# also has a bytecode step. That makes sense because of the C++, like, if you've been installing video games, at some point you'll have come across C++ redistributables. Or runtime redistributables. That is the C# version of the Java virtual machine. So Java has its virtual machine. C# has its runtimes. So can C# use the JVM or not? No. They're just two separate things. Like I was saying, Java runs on JVMs. C# ends up being compiled and then run on, or Java is compiled into bytecode, a type of bytecode. So there's the Java bytecode and there's the C# bytecode. Those are not the same bytecode. So Java bytecode runs on JVM, C# bytecode runs in the runtime redistributables. And they hook up a little differently. But in any case, that's the general structure. It looks really similar to Java. It is. C#, I'm trying to remember which came first, but one of them was like an answer to the other. Java initial release, that come out 1996. C# release 2000. Yeah, so C# was Microsoft's answer to Java, to put it simply. The whole reason you want to use a language like Java or C# is you theoretically can build in one environment and then run in any other environment. That is predominantly true for Java more than C# though. C# you can run on any Windows machine, but not on any machine. Whereas Java, you compile one time on your machine, and then it will... I don't want to be too definitive here, but it is designed to necessarily run on Linux, Mac, Windows, after you compile once from anywhere, because you have separate JVMs for each. the cross-platform support for compiling C# is not as robust as Java from my experience. Wow. This was way more in depth than I had planned on for this, but I think it's good. Understanding the strengths of a language is really important if you want to optimize your language selection. One of the most basic examples of this is a language like Fortran. Let's see if we can just find some code to show on screen just so you have an idea what that looks like. Here's a decent example. So this is what Fortran code looks like. You can write big complex applications in Fortran. You absolutely never should. Fortran is extremely good at math. So crunching numbers is something that it does ridiculously well. So if you're trying to process massive data sets and you don't need to create a nice UI application, Fortran is great for you. I thought that was what R was good at. R is also good at that. I'm just giving Fortran as an example because it's the one I'm more familiar with. There's definitely overlap in the strengths of languages. R, however, no. So R is an interpreted language, meaning it runs line by line and compiles line by line. Whereas Fortran is a purely compiled language. You compile it once, and it produces an app that you then run. Fortran is primarily developed in Linux environments, or used to develop in Linux environments, or I should say Unix. You could just as easily work in a Mac environment. But long story short, if you're trying to process massive amounts of data, this is probably the language for you. I think you could also get by with something like COBOL, but no sane person should ever try to work in COBOL. And if you're working in COBOL and you know COBOL, go get a job in banking making like $400,000 a year. Really, that's an interesting question. COBOL. Developer average salary. Average COBOL developer makes 115,000 per. I don't know if I believe that. So one thing worth noting, the average here for the national average is basically useless as a statistic. What you typically want is median. The average overall COBOL salary is at 66,000. I don't believe that for a second. Glassdoor might be a bit more accurate, maybe. Let's look specifically at the 10 plus years experience. Oh. It's going to ask me to sign up, isn't it? Yeah, I don't want to create an account. Go away. But so if you don't care about liking your life and don't care about having an interesting career / work life, go learn COBOL. You will have a job forever in banking. Because almost all banks run on COBOL applications. And COBOL is generally considered awful as a language, so no one wants to learn it. So if you know it, you have a job forever. And in you might start at a low pay, meaning, and when I say low in this context, we're talking 70,000 a year probably. And actually that's me estimating based on about 4 years ago. So it's probably more like 80 or 90,000. But once you're in a position like that, because it's such a pain to find a replacement, you can very easily negotiate yourself up to a higher pay without having to change companies. In almost all industries in IT, or in almost all positions in IT, your fastest way of growing your pay is changing companies. A COBOL developer has more leverage than just about any other IT person for arguing for higher pay after they've been in a company for a couple years. Now, it's going to vary based on company. Like, if your company has a team of 5 COBOL developers, you're going to have less flexibility and less leverage to argue that. But especially for smaller banks, you might be the only COBOL developer on staff. And pretty much until you double your pay, that company's probably not going to want to try and replace you. So if you get in at something like, let's say, 80,000, over the course of the next 10 years, you can probably walk that up to 160,000. That would be my guess. And at the 160,000 mark, that's when the company's going to start thinking, okay, well, we could literally hire 2 developers for this price. Maybe let's just do that. Yeah. So the short of it is, COBOL, if you don't care about enjoying your work, or if for some reason you're one of the crazy people that actually likes COBOL, enjoy having a job forever. Oh yeah, and just to very quickly bullet point, comparison between R and Fortran, you are almost certainly going to get better performance out of Fortran, because R is interpreted, Fortran is compiled. Now, they just have different use cases. Typically, Fortran, you're going to use that to build out more complex applications that are going to be reused a lot. Whereas R is used for making quick one-off stuff, for processing some data, and maybe you don't know exactly how you need that data processed right away, so you can rapidly prototype new stuff. And you don't have to wait for the, big, long compile. Seen R used for AI dev? That's cool. I don't think I would ever want to use R to build an AI. So we talked about oh right, the one thing I wanted to cover that is one of the least known features of languages in general that I love is the ability to overload built-in types or native types. And I'll show this in the context of C#. There should be a decent example. Extension methods, that's what they're called. C# extension method. Good, and we're getting the Microsoft documentation. So this is the general syntax you're going to use in C#. But what this does is it attaches word count to string at compile time. So if you have some string, you can just do .word count with a function closure. You don't provide this as an input. You just say string .word count, or whatever your string variable is, .word count, and it executes. This is ridiculously nice for simplifying your code across a team. My favorite overload for strings is func substring, and you would use whatever method name is used in the language you're working in. Taking in this string str, start string, or string start, string end. And usually I'll provide a default of something like that. Then in here, I would do something like find the start string and the end string and take whatever's between the two. That's one of my favorite overloads to add to any language. Keep in mind, this is only syntactical flair. It isn't actually changing the built-in type. And here you can see the implementation of what they built up there. So like I was saying, you have some string, and you can just get the word count like this. Even though word count is not a feature built into the language, you've, syntactically speaking, added it. Now, at runtime, what actually happens is this line of code gets compiled into a function that takes in a string. This is all for syntactical simplicity, and it's really, really, really nice for that. And I'm gonna have to remember to name today's video according to all of this that we just discussed. Discussing language types and we just covered a whole heck of a lot. I hope that helps y'all in your ongoing development. And I cannot do overloads in GDScript. It's very, very, very sad. Now, why is super not valid? I'll bet it's because I haven't overridden it. I'll bet that's it. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. That might have fixed it. Yay! It's fixed. Okay, so it does behave properly like an inherited class. Okay. Hatch. Self.state. Enemy.state. Dot. Rep 1. Okay. So what this structure is going to do is whenever I try to set the value, this function gets called. If I'm, let's call it overriding. If I override the state behavior, then I do my override behavior. If I don't have an explicit override, then go execute the generic version. Sweet. Love that. Or go do the behavior of setting in the generic case. I thought I added linear telegraph here. I did. Oh, right, there was some problem with it. Parameter enemy never used in the function. Fine. Yeah, okay. And ignore all those for now. First things first. Doop. Ooh, hold on. Just realized something interesting I can do here. Save that. Now, when we do ready, this is going to end up changing. One thing to do here. Self dot serial dot Excuse me. Oh wait, I have an example of this in my source code. What am I doing? Close that. Don't save. And just in case I do something really dumb, back up at that. Okay. Where is that? I think it's in noise. There we are. That's it. Where did linear? Don't need that. Don't need novice. Five of those. Puddles, Sprite Plus. We're not working on those right now. Where is that? And okay. Self. Go. Oh, whoops. Copy value. Base value. There we go. Whoops. Okay. Now, whenever I'm using this telegraph in another class, or in another scene, I should say, like here, I can just set the color here, and it'll propagate down to the shader properly. Excellent. Very, very cool. I don't think I'm going to want to change that, but given that was like 2 minutes of coding at most, minute of coding, worth it. Okay. So, what all do I need to trigger when I start that state? Okay. So, first things first. Oop. And I'll probably want to put this in the library. So just give it self, I think. Yep. Am I gonna want to split this later? Possibly. But if I split it later... No, this thing's gonna just be a big monolith, isn't it? If I split it later, it's gonna be a big rework, but trying to plan for that now is a bad idea. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Hold on. Don't want that there. I may never use it, but should that go in enemy base? I like it here. Fine. If I ever want to move it to enemy base, it's not that big for rewrite. Okay. Modular AI. Base. Okay. Enemy dot line telegraph dot hidden physical. What is this variable? I don't think this is playing like a line. It's not. Why not? Now it's playing nice. Oh, the first thing, visible true. Alternatively, I could just build this into the animation. I think let's do that. Oh yeah, these deads. What's that? Why are you unhappy? Later parameter 4%. Okay, this is extra bizarre. I can't add anything to huh? Whoa! Alright. It is super unhappy with me right now. At least I saved. Oh, it lost its root node. Oh. Yeah, I know you're not happy with me. Fine. Um, There we go. So this uses the same syntax as most file systems, where if you want to go up a step from your root, think of your root node as your working directory. If you want to go up a step, it's ... at the start. Whereas if you just want to access the root node itself, it's just ... Or if you want to access the working directory itself, it's just ... Okay. Easy peasy. Next. Reset. B. Nice. Main. Visible. Not repeating. I think we're good. All it needs to do is oh. Oh, I've got it. Successful. Good. Right. Oh, because I'm dumb. That's why. That's why. Never discount my ability to be dumb. Okay, so why can't I do .play? Here. Oh yeah, because for whatever reason, this... Oh, this actually makes a lot of sense. I just realized something about Godot that I should have realized way sooner. This implicit type declaration, by putting colon equals here, interprets this as a node, because that's the only thing you're guaranteed from this syntax. You can't guarantee a more specific type from this. That makes so much sense. So, however, if I, instead of implicitly hit the typing, if I explicitly type it here, then I have access to the functionality that I need. Oh, that makes so much sense, and it took me a year to solidify that in my brain. Good job, Dum Dum. How can I get the list? How can I do this without hard coding that? Enemy dot line telegraph dot annotator dot could get the animation lit. Better yet, there's a much better solution here. Ready for this? This is gonna blow your minds. It won't actually blow your minds. Not sure why it didn't give me any help there, but... Okay. In any case, it's now tied to the scene, so I'm protected. Ow. There we go. So much simpler and less error prone. Love it. Okay. What's the next piece I need? Right, I need to set the width. What? I need the collision shape. How do I get that shape again? Precision shape. Dot shape. Dot radius. Times. Now, linear telegraph. Right, we're not doing start and end positioning. Instead, I need that new setup of doing. So start position is always taken care of. Is that true? Actually. So scale in the Y direction is already taken care of the slant of the ground. No, I do need to... Hold on. Points. How to do this. Let me draw a picture that'll help. I've got monster. Okay. And he's got some hitbox. Let me redraw that because it's actually smaller than the visible. Okay. I want something along the lines of telegraph starting at some radius and going out to some other radius. Let me try something. Oh. Now, if I apply a rotation, I thought. Oh. Dang. That would have been so nice if that worked. So nice. All right. Okay. So I need a new thing. Boss space. Forget. What is the hurt box? Or hitbox? Hitbox is the thing that hits. Hurtbox is the thing that gets hurt. Got it. Okay, this thing looks for damages player, so which thing here damage? I think it's damages player. There we go. So I want this right around. Is it snapping? I don't want you to snap. Stop it. Have it start a bit inside of radius, and I'm just using X for this. I guess I can leave it there just for the visual representation, but I'm just using the X. Call it. Okay. Okay. Better yet, there's a nicer way to do this. Instead of that, let's just make it a float. Then position.x. Nice. However, in linear telegraph, what all do I need? Instead of start and end position, I need a function. Set position. Take in inner radius. Outer radius. And angle. Call it angle rad to make it clear we're talking radians. Or do I want degrees? I think that's good. Self dot points equal to vector 2 inner radius 0 dot aided by angle and do the same thing for the other one. Self.points 1. Okay. Now this, I may need to tweak by like 90 degrees, but that should work. So, all of that I shouldn't. That goes away. Love being able to delete code. My favorite pastime. Okay. I need to be back. I need to be right back. But just a couple minutes and should be able to finish up the at least telegraph setup today. I'll try to also get the actual animation going, but we'll see. BRB. Hello, chat. I have returned. So, what are we doing? I had an epiphany right when I left, and then the thought left. That sinks indeed. He'll come back? Maybe. Maybe. I need to get the angle, don't I? Angle is enemy dot nearest player global dot get position minus all of that dot line property direction. Hold on. That's what I want. Now, that should complain. Why isn't that complaining? So much clean. Better yet, I can split this into two functions. Func inner radius right? Initialize, then set direction. That. Boop. Boop. Am I ever going to want to change the radius dynamic? I guess there's nothing stopping me from doing that, is there? Okay, that's fine. Boop. How much? Why aren't you yelling at me? Really should be yelling at me. Because that function doesn't exist. Anyway. Line graph init OS start this. End. Ah, I remember the epiphany. Let me write down a note so I don't forget it. Animation time for telegraph. Drive with export time 1 speed scale inverse. I know that's gibberish. I will parse that in a minute. Graph init. Why doesn't it yell at me? Oh, because duck typing. And I think I have a smart way of handling this. I think I have a smart way of handling that generation. I'll put run speed times something. Duration. Good. Much better. Okay. So I now have a duration. Love that. Plus base is times that duration. So, wait. That's not right. That's not right at all. How do I define the dash distance? Yeah, this is entirely wrong. Yeah, no. Boop. Let me quickly fix this up over here, though. So I need something. Indeed. Okay, so I need to divide all of these by 3. 0.667. Whatchamacallit? I'm glad you understand. So 4 digits. Ooh, nice. A whole number. I love it. Okay, am I missing anything? This, I think, is a great move. Okay. Now, ready function. And a player dot speed scale is equal to 1 divided by self dot duration. Big brain thinking there. Dumb not so dumb right now. So what I've done here is I've said from outside of the linear telegraph, so let's say at the slime golem level, I want the time frame for warning the player about the upcoming charge attack to be, let's say, 3 seconds. Okay? So let's say I want it to be 3 seconds. Then, when this guy gets ready, that duration then modifies the speed scale. So it's the inverse relationship, which effectively stretches this duration of 1 second out to 3 seconds because it's going at 1/3 the speed. Ta-da! Magic. Math! You work sometimes. Now, I need to figure out what that something is. Ah! So it's either something dark side? Absolutely. So the end radius is either going to be defined by a duration or a distance. Which of those is going to be easier for me to use with the physics process function? So in the physics process function, I'm either going to have to say you think duration's the better choice? So if I do distance, then every tick I need to check my distance. If I do duration, I can just set a timer to go off. Yeah, I can set a timer to go off. That'll run asynchronously. I'm not constantly checking. It doesn't add anything to the tick overhead. And it's only calculating time, so it's not even calculating time. Yeah, duration is the better option. Let's maybe use area physics. What is area physics? Are you talking like create an object and like an area 2D and then see how long it takes to, or like wait for it to exit that area 2D? Because if that's what you're thinking, that would work, but it's also terrible. Your first inclination of duration is the correct answer, I think. No, it's good. It's a very good sign that you're thinking in those terms. And generally what I try to do when I'm planning any sort of feature that I'm not like really certain about how to do, and even those I try to do this as well, is come up with 3 solutions to a problem. Because it's very easy to think that there's some sort of binary with any sort of decision making, that there's 2 options of how to do something. Well, in software development, there's almost certainly a near infinite number of ways to accomplish anything. or I should say, there is an infinite number of ways to accomplish anything. There is almost certainly at least 2 reasonable ways to do something. So if you're coming up with 3, you've probably hit all of the reasonable ways that you're going to think of, and potentially 1 or 2 unreasonable ways you can think of. In any case, it gives you a point of comparison for how good your resulting decision is. Obviously, it's just relative based on how good your 3 ideas are in general, but it forces you to take that time to think of alternatives and forces you to compare them. And that can result in you, 1, coming up with a new solution that's even better by just having to take time to think about it. 2, gives you some level of certainty that you haven't chosen something awful. And if you're struggling to come up with 3 solutions to a problem, you probably don't understand the problem well enough yet, which is the other indication you need to think about the problem more. So, we're going with duration. Where am I storing that? I need a timer. Am I just going to use idle timer? I don't think so. Because idling is something else. Alternatively, I do use idle timer and I just change its behavior on the fly. Honestly, it's not a bad idea. No, it is a bad idea because I need different timeout functions for these things. Yep. Let me check one thing. Good. Good. So, where do I want this timer to be, though? I think I want it on enemy base. Add timer. Prep 1 timer. Prep 2 timer. Okay. These are physics 1-shots. Physics shot. 1 second as a default is fine. Don't auto start. Definitely not. Where's my on readies? Prep 1 timer. Oop. Beautiful. Now, let's make this 3 seconds. People keep saying I'm not logging in. I literally log in every day. And on top of that, I paid for classes by logging in. Wait. You pay every time you log in? Really? That sounds wrong. What do you mean logging in is how you pay for the class? Help! I don't understand. This is wrong. Should not go there. Because this is going to be different on a per enemy basis. This makes sense for all enemies. That's fine. This should be line color. Tone color radius. I should not add these. Because I'm probably going to derive them from the attack data rather than from the enemy data. So in order to even access my classes, I have to log in, and in the app, I pay for classes. Say I haven't logged in, it's correct, as I've been studying here they have given me to study, accessing it in. Notes for everything. Right, but the fact that, so are you saying that they think you've never logged in? Or are they saying that you aren't logging in every day? Because those are two different statements. If they're saying you've never logged in, then I agree. The fact that you've paid and created an account and accessed it once, that's proof that you've logged in once. But I think that you haven't logged in for a week. So that's a separate thing to you're paying for, right? The fact that you paid doesn't mean that you've logged in today. But I guess from my perspective, why do they care if you log in? We're talking about a college level course, right? Logged in yesterday to pay? Okay. Do they care whether you're signing on every day? Because they shouldn't. That's your choice. If you choose to neglect your studies after paying, that's on you, bro. They care about week that they see no activity. Huh. I guess if... I mean, the only reason they should care about that in the slightest is if they're worried that you've fled the country or you've ceased living. But beyond those two, and even the fleeing the country, I don't think they should care about. Like, they have your money. But I guess if it's for, like, wellness checks? It's about the only reason I can see why they'd care about that. And if I recall correctly, this is an online college thing. This isn't a campus thing. So even that reason is flimsy in your case. Can I get rid of this? I have the speed. I have the duration. Guess I don't need it. Yeah. This variable can go away. Now the start radius I definitely want. But we're good there. Now self have the inner radius. I need to give it duration. Oh wait, no, that's... I need to give it... need to give it the outer radius. Or Stella distance. That's what we'll call it. Okay, okay. Now there's so much stuff that's being set up here and I haven't run this code. Getting a little nervous. Okay. Save? Oh, yeah, that's fine. The telegraph distance is going to be self.speed, run speed, times self.prep1 timer dot wait time. Good. And for now, let's have this be 2 seconds. starting from there, I think, makes sense. Okay, how am I doing on this? So we hit prep 1 state. What else happened? We enable the telegraph. Yeah. I just thought of a fun thing to add. Post runs. This is done. What else do I need to do when enabling the state? All the behavior stuff happens in physics process. So their system's broken. Oh, talking about your school system. I'm logged in right now and the system is broke. It doesn't have a date for last date of attendance. Huh. I mean, when you say they care, like, are they contacting you saying, hey, you haven't logged in? Or is it just that the system shows that? Because if no one's actually contacting you and saying, hey, where are you? They probably don't care. Oh, they are contacting you. Okay, yeah, I mean, just tell them, hey, I'm logging in. Like, all you can do is tell them, your system's broken. Now, what's funny is if there is literally no way to pay without logging in, that's kind of funny. Yeah, you have to log in to pay? Okay, so they themselves could have detected that you have to have logged in. This is, folks, this is why you test your software. But most likely what's happening is they have some database job somewhere that runs and says, give me, generate a report listing all the students that haven't attended class digitally in the past week. That's probably what they're doing. And the logic for the one is broken. and there's no checking to see, like, there's no test to see if it even makes sense to say they haven't logged in. So I imagine that's how they're set up. Enable linear telegraph. I think that's all I have to do here, which is kind of cool. Why is that not populated? It's a dictionary. That's why. Hmm. Okay. Let me see how I did this in Sublime. I'm pretty sure it's very simple. There we go. Okay. I don't like the fact that I'm not getting any sort of auto completion there, but okay. Then AI, is that self action? Not static. Should rename it. missed a spot. You're not screaming anymore. Good. Good. Nothing in here to worry about, and prep 1 is equal to what? The charge prep. Okay. And update animation, I think I wanted to change in. Update direction, update animation. Force. What do I want to call it? What this is going to do is control whether or not to reset position. About that. Reset and position. Okay. Let's set this to false by default. If reset position and if player play to nation okay. I should have added that a long time ago. Do I have base play? Good. I can replace this. Self.update true. Same here. Beautiful. We are playing death. I think that's right. Where was that? Where's my diction? Why can I never find my dictionary? There you are. Okay. That. If animation player has that, I change that. So if I ever want to overload the death, or not overload, but override the death animation, I can easily. Then do self.update animation. Huzzah! Much, much simpler now. Love it. And much, much, much easier to override. Okay. Now, I've created my charge prep animation. Good. Actually, what if I do... Oh, I can maybe really simplify this. Hold your horses. Hold on, I'm doing something that might be really fantastic, but also require some rework. So instead of keying this way, what if I instead that? What's wrong with that? There should be no problem with it. Because all this says is index 0 equals 1. Right? Hold on. script diction. Show me a declaration. can they only have keys? Don't tell me they can only have keys. Or only have keys. Only have strings as keys. No. Hold on. Hash map or an associative array. Referenced by unique keys. Define a dictionary by placing a comma-separated list of key value pairs, the curly braces. That, however, have to use the bracket syntax if the key you're accessing the dictionary is fixed. Okay. Finally, dictionaries can contain different types of values. So that's valid. That on. Can I do this? Oh, really doesn't like that. Okay, this has not been reported. But I assume if I do this, huh? Don't tell me it's literally that. Blah, blah, blah. That feels so dumb. Identifier walk. Oh, so it was behaving like an enum. Now I'm making it behave like a dictionary. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Jeez. Beautiful. Beautiful. Can I reliably just set the action? Like, do I need this match case? So I think I can move all of that into there and it'll be cleaner. Let me just double check. Okay, not setting that in here. Beautiful. This has got to change. Ignore that error for now. Okay. And Slime Golem. I think I should just always set the action. Yeah. So take that out of there. Take that out. Whenever we're setting the state, always, always, always self dot action is equal to self dot action and let that state. Oh, no. Value. Because self.state is the old state. So we set this action. So this is the animation action just for reference. We set it, and then finally call this guy to do anything else that's needed. What does run do? If not that, stop run. I think that should probably return out of there, right? Yeah. Okay. So if we're in the run state, that update correction. Not necessarily resetting. Okay. Then fine. Welcome back. Oh, one thing that I maybe forgot to explicitly state was the difference between C# and GD script in the context of Godot specifically. You will almost certainly have more capabilities in C#. Almost certainly. Because anything GD script has, you're supposed to be able to do in C#, and you should be able to pull in more libraries into C#, especially if you're developing in Visual Studio. That's the word. That's not necessary. How am I controlling the jump state? Need to make sure that jives with this change. We got jump timer, jump prep timer. On jump prep timer, we enter the watch state. Okay. And jump state. Perfect. So for watch state, it probably makes sense to not reset. But for jump, reset. For run, we reset. Do I want to add defaults for this? Or for the rest of the stuff, I should say. Yeah, let's add defaults. Let's add defaults. Beautiful. So this syntax, or this pattern I have over here, is only really if I want to reuse one animation for two different states. I'm okay with that. Okay. Boss. Golem. Ooh, it's after 4. Really should get going. But I want to get a little farther. Let's do something a little different. This pattern's fine, but over an enemy base, where I'm doing the set value, or set state, I want to create a basic set of states that automatically reset. Instead of match, I think I just want if value in. Ooh. And ooh. R. Reset animation is an array Uh, Go ahead and grab this whole list. Spawn should reset. When I start the walk animation, I should also reset. Oh, got it. I know, right? There we go. So whenever I start, what? Here's a question. What states would I not want to reset? All the preps and all the attacks I would want to reset. Death, obviously want to reset. Idle. Idle's a question I need to answer. Okay. Run, definitely reset. Jump, reset. Watch. I'm out. Wait a minute. How did I miss that? Fun, idle, watch, chase, wonder. Fun, idle. Watch. Actually, this is probably possibly always going to be idle. I'll leave it here for now. Hold on. Enemy, fun, idle, watch, chase, wonder. Fun, idle, watch, chase, wonder is not there. I don't think I'm actually going to have a wonder state, but like I don't think I'm ever going to use it, but and it'll use the walk. What comes next? Jump, run, death, stun. think I want to change that. That instead of stun, what if I do status 1 and status 2? Okay. Wonder, jump, run, death. Wonder, jump, run, death. One. Two. Okay. We're back to a happy state. Oh, right. I need to add all of these here, don't I? Spawn, idle, watch, chase, wonder. Well, I put them here. Wonder, jump, run, death. Wander, jump, run, death. Here's where the statuses come in. Okay. Down here. Those are all safe. Beautiful. Okay. Status. We got 6 attacks, 2 preps. Six attacks, 2 preps. They're trying to think. When do I hit the idle state? The primary time that I have right now, or actually the only time I have right now, is when we finish the jump state. Okay. Idle. So I do want it to reset at that point. When we're spawning, we're resetting. Chase. When we switch to chase, should it reset? In the case of the slime, no. But in the general case, yes. There. Jumping, we definitely reset. Where is watch? So maybe I just get rid of this because think the answer here is get rid of that. Okay. Set state. I should just always, by default, update. I think that makes sense. Okay, so when I'm setting the state, first off, set my action based on the state. Beautiful. Then execute set state. Beautiful. Then set my value. Awesome. Now, over here, actually, hold on. Enemy base. Where's watch doesn't exist. Awesome. Set value. Make sure I've got that right. Here's an interesting question. What if I just move the actions, as the values of my enum? Is that valid? Enum values must be integers. Okay. But nothing to say I couldn't just change this to a dictionary. Do I? No, I don't want to do that. Because if I have multiple animations mapped to, or if I have a single animation mapped to multiple states, then my state handling would completely bork. We're good. Can I do? I do that. Yes, yes I can. The state is declared down there. I might have to move action after it. I wonder. I'm assuming this is going to blow up, but I just want to see. Yeah. Object of type dictionary. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Action needs to be declared after state. Now, it still might not work. Oh, but it did. Cool. Now, do I care to handle if we're not in the spawn state spawn animation? I might not even need this animation name anymore. I'm going to try to get rid of it. I think I can get rid of it safely. So instead of checking if we're currently finishing the spawn animation, I just check, okay, we're ending some animation and we're currently spawn state. Is that safe? I think yes. Because I should no longer be setting the animation. Directly, that is. I should only let me double check that statement. Okay, that only shows up in two places. Slime. Not doing it at all. Boss base. Okay. Doesn't show up in boss base. Doesn't show up in slime golem. Awesome. We are golden on the play. Next. Are we setting action somewhere that's not safe? That's not safe. But it is safe to get rid of it because we're setting the state there. Good. Okay. Okay, so we're checking for existence, not for... Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's... I have a problem. If we are trying to play the death animation, so I can either check for this in the state change. Ooh! Ooh, 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 ooh. I can just move this whole chunk into the state change and make it generic for all the states. Ooh, that's actually really good. Sets. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. That state is after we set the action. Beautiful. If this is great. If We can do the animation, reset it, else just delete ourselves. That's awesome. Let me make sure it's not going to create crystals when I do that, though. Ah, only happens if we are finishing the death animation. Okay. I am happy with it. State, if the animation exists, reset it, do that, else free golden, because I'm not doing the yeah, I'm not using tree exited, so we're safe. Next. Okay. Don't need that. Already updating. Good. Update animation. State. Okay. So the only places action shows up is either I'm setting it when I change state, I'm checking it for the presence of an animation, and I'm should I check every time if the animation exists? Because in theory, I could have an angle that I've forgotten to implement. No, I should not test it every time. Okay. Now. Okay. So instead of this, elif. Oh, let's just use a switch case or a match case. Okay. If we are in the spawn state, do that. Else, if we are in the jump state, this. So if we're jumps, well, we wouldn't be in. Welcome back. Or we so I think that can go away. Because I'm now protecting my state a lot better. So if we're ending animation and we're in the jump state, means we definitely haven't switched to death state. So turn our collision back on and go ahead and set the state to idle. Start the idle timer. Good. This is simplifying this code way more, and this is how I should have implemented this from the get-go, but I hadn't figured out all the pieces yet and how I wanted them to fit together. And this is sort of highlighting a difference between how I like to develop and how I've been developing because it's a Twitch channel. How I normally would develop these is spend several days planning. And that's probably the better way to do this, but that makes for terrible viewing. Okay, next, I want the death state. All right. Because not IntelliSense, but auto-completion is weird in Godot. Okay. If we have finished an animation, we're in the death state. Go ahead and do. Then oh, there we go. If we have ended an animation and I don't know what animation has ended, throw us back into the chase state. Okay. Let's watch it blow up. Because I've almost certainly done something wrong here. Almost certainly. Or they're behaving exactly like they need to. Oh, something messed up there. Okay, so the new setup has some state transition problems. So first off, when there's a switch to run, something happened with guessing a jump state. Where is run to? If we're currently dying, turn false. Stop all timers. Set collision. Through state. Run destiny. That. Don't think that matters, but just in case. What could have happened? Stop all timers. Okay, those are fine. One thing I need to double check. I know I've looked this up probably a dozen times now. So does this count as the time being up? Don't think so, but I want to double check. Stops time. So, does stopping timer trigger timeout? No. Okay. Does not explain what's happening with those states, though. Where is die? There you are. Ah. Sometimes I'm real dumb. Did I override die here? But, Double timers. Okay. Double timers is already set on enemy base, so guess that's unnecessary. Okay. Wait. Jump timer is not auto start. Fix that. Calling super on that makes sense. Okay, whenever we're dying, disable the collision shape. Great. Double timers. Great. Set our crystal drop if needed. Set our state to death. I don't know what the problem is. Also, this scene has gotten very hairy. 360 lines, basically. Hold on. I should... push error. City... health. Not have the requested animation. Oh, wait, just dot name. Okay. State of the action. I guess that's unnecessary now. Yep. Okay. Show me those states. Let's go. Okay, so death did not, the animation for dying did not play on any of these. What's more, Golem did spawn. Huh. Don't like that. Okay, so they were all in chase. I think that's chase. No, that's run. Hit the run state. Then they started hitting death. Had some that should have hit death up. Yes. Had at least one that hit death up there. But for some reason, death animation didn't. Animation exists. Okay. Why didn't you? Base. Script. Date. Have the action. We build the animation name. Check if it has it. Double check. Death with Pascal case. Death with Pascal. Good. Nope. Scene. Alright. Health. State. Build the animation. If the animation exists, update animation with true. state direction. All right, this is true. Build the animation. Let's do this. If state is the state def print to an okay. Okay, so update animation is never getting hit. So I did something wrong. Here. Print that, set the action, set state value. Why is that even there? I wonder if this is where the problem is. Print. But then I should be getting these errors. It's just an if else. Doesn't make sense. Okay, so if I get it to print once, then we know set state is being called properly. If it prints twice, We know that it is in the collection of animations. If it prints a third time, then I have no idea. Oh my god. Oh. Guys, I did a dumb. I knew it was going to be something incredibly dumb. Okay. If self dot state in, if we're moving to what states? So if we're moving to watch, no, watch should reset because watch only happens. No, watch is before the jump. That's right. Idle is after the jump. Forget what I just thought. So what are the states that we don't? If we're going from idle pace, don't Is there any other instance where we might go to chase? If I'm ever in a state that I don't know what's happening, I'll go to chase. And the fact that I'm not resetting is kind of irrelevant then. Okay. I'm happy with that. Now it should work. Now that I fixed my... What? What? What script am I in? Slime Golem, okay. Try that again. Why is that it? Huh. Okay, all of the ones over there died. Oh, unless they were off screen. Hold on. I have to make sure they aren't off screen. It shouldn't be able to be off screen, but... Why is... Arrgh. Give me one on screen, pretty please. Okay, so they are dying there. Hmm. The only place that it would make sense to check now is health value. So we set the health. If that, all die. A lot of running happening that doesn't seem right. All of the idols changing from time to time makes perfect sense. Run triggered. What the heck? If we're in watch or chase turn. So if we're in the watch or chase, the only updates we're going to get is if the animation is changing based on direction. Those obviously went into the death state. Why didn't it print death state? Try that again. Actually, better yet, stop. All of the animation printing out is clouding printouts too much. I can't tell what's going on. That's fine. Try this again. Why are the states not printed? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, oh, don't tell me. They're not printing because I took it out, apparently. Yep, because I'm dumb. I'm very, very dumb. Okay, so I definitely need to keep that. Otherwise, I just have no idea what's happening. Okay. Are we hitting the death animation when we hit the death state? Don't know why we wouldn't. All of the other states are playing their animations correctly. Pause. All there. Okay, slime died. Don't have the name printing out with the other animation. The animation. But shouldn't actually change anything. This should be executing immediately. Action is that. Is it possible that this is being deferred? Is that possible? Shouldn't. But shouldn't make a difference. I'll put it there. Restart. And after this test, I gotta go. Okay. Kill the slime. Pause. Okay. Slime is hitting state 10. Let's make sure that is death. Enemy state 10 is death. Enemy base. Death is death. Good. Why? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Just had a thought. We're disabling the collision shape, stopping all timers. Fine. Nothing happening here. Try this. Action. Hit. So it's not even going here? Oh. Oh, I'm dumb. Because I'm using the old value here. I'm not using the new value. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Dum-dum, why are you like this? I guess I could move this to the first line. And then everything works the way I want it to. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, I cannot believe myself right now. This is the problem with setters. If you're dumb like me and don't remember how to use them properly. If you set your value late, then you need to make sure you are referencing value and not the variable itself. Oh. Yeah, this whole time I was using the old state to try and drive behavior, and that's, of course, going to be wrong. Okay. I'll leave the prints in for now, but I'm pretty sure it'll just... annoying as that is. There we go. Oh, I am dumb. Okay, they all go there, they all die. Gorgeous. Sometimes I cannot believe myself. Okay. That one's fine. Look speed is fine. Standalone expression. That out for now. Enemy. Don't worry about that yet. Delta. Fine. State. Entity Slime Golem does not have the requested animation. Death down. Excellent. Woo! Our code is a bajillion times better now, but I don't love the fact that I essentially spent a day on maintenance for this. Ugh. Let's get it committed onto a dirty branch at least. Since all this is going to be changing quite a bit. Am I going to squash these? No, I don't think I will. So let's make a new branch of stuff we are going to squash into this feature. Dirty attacks. Okay. Page it. Your telegraph stuff is good. Sprite Plus is good. Sign notes, absolutely. Everything that happens in boss. Enemy. Modular AI, Slime Golem. What happened? Ah, yes. Part of the rework. Player, don't care. Fun pup. That's a good chain. Good character. Yep. Solid. Solid. That's not... More of those. Oh. Don't think I want to merge that. What? Apple. I'm not merging. Ah, yes, that's new validate layers stuff. False. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. All done with that. And this means our state handling is so much cleaner, so much more protected. Yeah, a lot of the errors that we've been having every time I'm creating a new state, creating new handling, that should be eliminated now. Because only one thing changes state. And that is, or only one thing changes my actions and handles all state transitions, and that's the state setter. And I can trigger a new state anywhere I want, and the necessary stuff for those states will happen in that setter. Yes. Think. And any state that I don't want to have the generic behavior, I can just create an override for that state. Like I'll create an override for the setter, for set state specifically, handle whatever I need to there, and then call super. So things like enabling the telegraph would happen there. And I go ahead and call super, get the new animation playing. This is, yes, this is much better. Yeah. I keep trying to not touch enemy base, but I keep finding things I did very poorly. Shouldn't say very poorly, just poorly. And I keep wanting them to be better. Clean up state changes in enemy. That's done. All right, everyone. That's it for me today. Folks, is this referred to as refactoring? Yes, it is. Anytime you are going back through existing code to update it, so typically refactoring is used in the context of you've made some change elsewhere and you need to go back into an area of code that you didn't want to change to make it compatible. So yes, that is what we're doing here. Refactoring technically also includes just if you feel like going back to clean something up, even if it's not prompted by another change. Yeah, refactoring and working on what's called tech debt are typically interchangeable. Though tech debt, I guess, can be more general. There's a few other things that fall into that category. Anyway, I gotta end stream because I gotta get to the store. Folks, thank you so much for joining. I hope y'all had fun. I hope you learned something. And if you did, please check out my Ko-fi page, link in the description. There, you can help support the channel. And if you do, you'll get access to some dev tools I made for you guys and roles in the Discord for requesting new features. Above all, though, y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.